Accordia. Accordia, Bawalla Marsan Haskal, Folger Gorov Galer. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Liam Horahan, and along with my colleague Martin Maloney, are the Masters of Ceremonies. And on behalf of the University, we would like to welcome you all to today's convocation of Dublin City University, which will shortly begin. Each of you today should have received a booklet giving the order of the ceremony which follows. We hope you will take this booklet with you as a souvenir of what is an important and an enjoyable occasion for the graduates, their guests, and the staff of the university. We celebrate the achievement of each single graduate. Realize, however, that applauding as every graduate is presented to the President can be quite tiring. So could I suggest that applause be confined to each major group of graduates? However, as we have some very large classes graduating, we will pause at intervals for applause. In the unlikely event that an emergency evacuation of the building is required, I would ask you to please note the emergency exit nearest to you, bearing in mind that it may be behind you. In the event of an evacuation, please remain calm and comply with the instructions of the stewards and assemble at the assembly point in front of the helix. Could I ask everyone to please check their mobiles that they're either switched off or on silent. We really hope you enjoy our event today, and I would be grateful if those who can rise for the anthem, which will be accompanied by Irish Sign Language interpretation from DCU's Sean Dunn. Thank you.
Chancellor, Uachtarán na Hoscoile, Scolóirí na Hoscoile, a chéimethe is a chóirde go léir. Bháilm fáilte an-mhór a chur roimh chuig an ggócharm seo chun céimeanna agus dúiseanna ollscoil Cathairmhaile Clia a Bronna. Chancellor, President, academic colleagues, graduates and honoured guests. My name is Professor Lisa Looney. I'm the Vice President of Academic Affairs and Registrar, and I'd like to welcome you all very warmly to this afternoon's convocation of degrees and awards by Dublin City University. The Universities Act 1997 vests in DCU the statutory power to grant academic awards, which are recognised nationally and internationally. In seeking to maintain our high standards of academic quality, we require students to demonstrate to Academic Council that they have satisfactorily reached those standards before the university will confer an award on them. Ladies and gentlemen, those people who will be presented to our President this afternoon have attained high standards of academic performance and are worthy recipients of our degrees, certificates, and diplomas. The ceremony today has two functions. The first is the formal presentation of graduates for degrees and awards. The Executive Dean of Faculty will present each graduate to the President, and the chairperson of his or her programme board will formally bear witness and congratulate the new graduate on behalf of the board. The second function is less solemn and concerns the celebration of a period in the life of the graduates here at DCU, where I hope you've had some fun and made good friends at the same time as achieving this wonderful academic success. Inish, bhuailim na daoine eile anseo chur bhur láthair. I would like to introduce to you my colleagues who will be involved in this ceremony. To the rear are academics, guests, members of Academic Council, members of Alumni Council, and members of our governing authority. To the front are Bríd Horan, Chancellor of DCU, Professor Dara Keogh, President of DCU, and Philomena McMurrough, Director of Registry. To your left are the Executive Deans of the faculties of the university or their representatives. And to your right are the chairpersons and academic coordinators who direct the programmes from which graduates are being presented this afternoon. Today, we're delighted to welcome graduates of taught programmes from the DCU Business School. Tá as orm inish, Bríd Horan, Chancellor na Hoscoile agus Cathaoirleach Cuiste Canis na Hoscoile chur nathan díobh. I have great pleasure in introducing Bríd Horan, Chancellor of the University and Chairperson of our Governing Authority.
Thanks, Lisa. Good afternoon, everyone. Uachtarán na Hoscoile a chomhlacathe agus a chóirde go léir, thar ceann údarás ceannas ollscoil Cathairmhaile Clia, bhuailim buíochas a gháil libh as feithling don ócáid speisialta seo. President, colleagues and graduates, on behalf of the university's governing authority, welcome to the Helix on this really special occasion. I'd like to extend a particularly warm welcome to our graduates' guests, family and friends, those people who supported you on your remarkable journey. So they're in the front rows, they're in the back rows, they're up in the gods, and even some of them are, apologies, behind me. So speaking of supporters, I probably should share with you that I had some help preparing the speech. You won't really notice it as it goes along, it's not that good. But my husband, John, is my greatest supporter and also quite a good editor. Now, if he had his way completely, the speech would be a bit shorter. But some things just need to be said on an occasion like this. Firstly, it's a great honour for me to stand here alongside the passionate and dedicated leaders of DCU. The people on this stage, together with the broader academic, professional and other staff right across DCU, work tirelessly to support our students, and they strive to make our students' time at DCU both enriching and enjoyable. So I hope that you all share my gratitude to everyone in DCU for creating an innovative and inclusive learning environment where everyone has the opportunity to flourish regardless of background or personal challenges. This commitment by our staff and by the university leadership have made DCU a beacon of excellence in higher education, not only in Ireland, but across the world. On that note, I'm delighted to mention that just recently, DCU has been ranked among the top 400 universities in the world in the prestigious 2025 Times Higher Education World University Rankings. Top 400 really matters when you know that there are over 10,000 universities in the world. Also this month, and you may have noticed this as you came in off Collins Avenue, our newest building comes into use. It's currently named the Polaris Building and will accommodate over 3,000 STEM students, that's science, technology, engineering and maths, as well as DCU's School of Health and Human Performance. It's a good name, Polaris, or North Star, but I have to tell you, we do remain open for very generous offers for anyone who'd like their name on the building. Just saying. But on a serious note, congratulations are due to the many people who made these achievements happen, and particularly to our president, Dara Keogh. By the way, I should warn you that Dara might mention some other significant achievements as well in his speech, and I hope he does. So the graduation ceremony sometimes seems a bit solemn. The academic procession, the gowns, fancy gowns. Did you get a good look at mine? The anthem, beautiful anthem, and other formalities. But those formalities all reflect the significance of the occasion. Because as Lisa said, graduation day is a blend of formality and celebrating, a day to recognize and honor your hard work and achievements. We're privileged to share that celebration with you, and we're also very proud of every one of you. So, as we gather on this memorable day, I checked to see what other memorable events happened around this time in history. I was particularly struck that this week marks the 79th anniversary of the United Nations coming into being officially. Given the turmoil and suffering that we are witnessing in so many parts of the world right now, of which we hear most from the Middle East and Ukraine, but we all know there's suffering happening in other countries as well. So thinking about the United Nations being formed is a timely reminder of the fragility of peace in any region and the importance of international cooperation. And thinking about challenges, I'm going to risk hitting a somewhat local political note. So for those of you who might have a vote in the Irish election, and I know not all of you will, I promise that I won't dwell on this, but I do want to remind you that as you're asked for your vote, you might mention the importance of investing in one really important aspect of our national infrastructure, our higher education system. This is a vital investment, not just in our young people, but in our society and our economy for the future. And of course, we welcome the commitments that were made in the recent budget. But that said, the overall higher education system remains financially stressed. So further increases in funding year on year are badly needed. So if you get the chance, you might highlight that issue in your discussions. But on a lighter note, I also found that this Friday marks World Pasta Day. That was only declared in 1998, when the day was first designated by the rather grandly titled World Pasta Congress. Who knew there was such a thing? And I don't suppose in 1998 that pasta ranked quite as highly in the Irish diet as I think it does today. But whatever other notable days are being marked this week, today is your graduation day, a day to celebrate with joy and pride. Like a great pasta dish, savor every moment. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. Because you're worth it, as they say in the well-known skincare ads. You're worth it because you worked hard to get here. You've had your own personal and academic challenges, but you overcame them with resilience and determination. And having overcome those individual challenges, along came COVID-19. unprecedented upheaval and complexity in every aspect of life worldwide, including and probably particularly in teaching and learning. So in the face of all that, your achievement shows your strength and adaptability. And trust me when I say you're worth it, and it is worth it. Accepting that parchment today opens a further chapter for you. I've no doubt you will continue to excel in all aspects of your professional and personal lives, armed with the skills and added knowledge that you've acquired here at DCU. You now join or rejoin again the DCU alumni community, and with that comes a responsibility to stay true to DCU's mission. And that mission is to transform lives and societies by making a positive impact on the world around you. Sounds like a big ask, but when you remember that we have over 100,000 DCU alumni worldwide, just if everyone makes a small difference, that can make a huge difference in the world. No pressure, but we in DCU are expecting great things from all of you. And do cherish the friendships and connections you've made here or in DCU or through DCU. That DCU community will always be there to support you. So today marks the culmination of your hard work, so celebrate, and celebrate yourself in particular. Embrace the future with confidence. Believe in yourself. You're well equipped to succeed in whatever endeavours you pursue. Chomh de so live, agus go náirí live is na blianta atá mac roing. Congratulations to you all.
Thank you, Chancellor. Candidates from the DCU Business School will now be presented by the Executive Dean, Professor Dominic Elliott.
President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Bachelor of Arts in Accounting and Finance. Dina Abu Hanash. Lara Agbola. Lubna Saleh Salim Halfori. Claudia Bamidelli. Natia Bendeliani. Anna Bino. William Bissett. Shona Bradley. Sean Braiodi. Ned Brunton. Alex Byrne. Daniel Callahan. Kira Callan. Amy Canning. Callum Joseph Corley. Kate Clark. Rowan Clark. Leo Colgan. Ava Collins. Elaine Corby. Paul Dolan. Eugene Doran. Evan Dowling. Sarah Ann Dowling. Daniel Doyle. Melissa Doyle. Emma Duggan. Kaylee Dunn. Shane Dunn. Tom Dunn. El Medina Zavarovich. Sarah English. Dara Fitzpatrick. Firka Fitzpatrick. Jake Fitzpatrick. Grace Flanagan. Joe Flanagan. Alina Philostor. Cahill Flynn. Quiver Gallagher. Cahal Galvin. Jocelyn Gow. Sean Harkness. Carl Hartley. Katie Hassan. Aoife Healy. Leo Howard. And I'd like to invite you to give some applause to our graduates. Ben Matthew Jacobs. Alina Joseph. Khadija Cameron. Lauren Maureen Kavanagh. Roisin Kavanagh. Owen Kelleher. Luke Kenny. Ronan Kilkenny. Holly Lavin. Sharon Laki Akar. Peter Loftus. Cahal Lusher. Henry Lyons. Fikra Mark Makaya. Mark Columba Mallon. Owen McConnell. Mark McCoy. Michael McCullough. Julie McEnroe. Tierna McGowan. Audrey McIntyre. Jack McKeever. Dara Melville. Kate Moran. Aliza Mubabashar. Emma Gencheva-Nakova. Denisha Nayhold. Emily India O'Leary. Cian O'Neill. Enda O'Neill. Cahill O'Reilly. Luke O'Sullivan. David Alea. Cara Phelan. David Coulter. Nikolai Rotaru. Brendan Ruddy. Adina Gabriella Setam. Jack Shanahan. John Shortall. Hold on. Aoife Sweetman. Jack Traynor. Kevin Dennis Trefaz. Enya Trotter. Shane Michael Tynan. Kieran Vaughan. Sophie Wallace. Mark Wheelahan. Hoyun Wu. Janelle Ambayali. Shuling Yi. If I could invite you to President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Science in Investment, Treasury and Banking. Travis Davidson. Connor Dowdle. Kieran Early. Nicholas Green. Dennis Hackett. Roderick McCullough. Shifra McElhaney. Ronan McEnany. Aoife McGuigan. Mark Merrigan. James Nolan. Sheila Ann Riley. Keith Ward. If I can invite you to applaud. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Science in Work and Organisational Behaviour. Denise Armstrong. Lindsay Banks. Francis Bruder. Adam Burns. Barry Clohessy. Niamh Crotty. Colin Finnegan. Ciara Gilsnan. Alice Goldrick Kelly. Barry Hughes. Lisa Jameson. Marzina Kroll October. Niamh McCabe. Conor McCracken. Niall McGovern. Alistair McMenamin. Araid Nagawan. Nicole O'Brien. Angela O'Rourke. Gilda Petrie. Christina Ruddle. Jennifer Ryan. And Gwen Turner. If I could invite you to applaud. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Science in Work and Organisational Psychology. Hannah Breen. Susan Elliott. Katie Hatch. Kevin McManaman. Ingrid Mores. Stephen Murphy. Thomas Ward. If I could invite you again to applaud our graduates. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Business Administration. Caroline Dunican. Cahel Farrell. Neve Flynn. Celso Manuel Gomez Mira. Idel Hawkins. Gina Horan. Ian Jackson. John Judge. John Kane. Anna Kennedy. Carla McDonnell. Tracy Monson. Damien O'Brien. Eamon O'Carroll. Alan Quigley. Carl Quinn. Laura Ryan. Louise Walsh. And Killian Young. More pause for applause. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Science in Accounting. Christopher Edigan. Sophia Hearn. Kelly Burke Cosgrave. Gerard Campbell. Rory Clark. Luke Conway. Matthew Costello. Anna Courtney. Clara Daly. Porrick Dempsey. Emma Doog. Nicola Duna. Matthew Downey. Jake Duffy. Mark Eade. Liam Ellis. Dara Fagan. Aoife Farrell. Connor Farrelly. Oisin Fay. Thomas Geary. Antonio Gojimon. Ryan Hensey. Sarah Hall. Sean Hurley. Leah Jennings. Rian Kearns. Aoife Kelly. Orla Kelly. Sarah Losher. Molly Rose McDermott. Barry Mangan. Ashley McLean. Michael McGovern. Una McGovern. Ben McInerney. Lala Monaghan. Eddie Moran. Mia Morris. Kieran Murray. Godwill Injakwe. Graham O'Brien. Rachel O'Brien. Aoife O'Donovan. Alba Oman. Stephen Rice. Shane Ryan. Arno Sacamano. Martin Shaw. Katie Sheridan. Risikat Suleiman. Claire Sweeney. Robert Timmons. Patrick Bourne. Rachel Wall. Harry Walsh. And pause for applause. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Science in Business Administration. Sarah Albadi. Nada Al-Fadli. Noah Al-Hamad. Amjad Al-Hazani. Michelle Al-Rukban. Baraya Al-Tuka House. Rand Al-Zabain. Pause for applause. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Science in Finance. Niket Sunil Agarwal. Sanket Sunil Agarwal. Ashwin Ajit. Imad Alavai. Eric Elias. Rahul Babu. Shujal Balaji. Ivedja Balan. Shashank Balasubramaniam. Gora Bora. Valera Brika. Wesley Cairo. Prachi Arvin Chate. Snehal Anil Chowdhury. Mohammed Faisal Chowdhury. Daryl O'Neill Correa. Ashke Chandrasekhar Dalvi. Natik Das. Editya Darvin. Luke Donnelly. Shreya Sharon D'Souza. Kevin Feng. Pedro Ferrier. Amir Elias Gajriwala. Hector Gajrani. Laharika Gaya. Nishchita Gupta. Blessing Ische Blessing. Yes. Yes, I'm 39. Pause for applause. Jahyun Jeong. Nikhil Prashanjwa. Christy Jose. Pratral Ambadas Kahan. Mehmet Ali Karajulu. Srikanth Kunjayan Elcheran. Sanchia Danica Leto. Joshua Mabonga. Shivanjali Saraj Mamgai. Chandan Singh Interjit Singh Mata. Neha Mangwani. Philippe Modesto Nagira. Sajpreet Kaur Gurj Singh Nagpal. Ranatir Redineni. Chinmay Chandrakant Nair. Owen O'Hora. Bansari Patel. Mona Lisa Patra. Manjit Patni. Mathura Abjit Patawan. Sophia Keith Pereira. Sahana Ramakrishnan. Javier Ruiz Alvarez. Abhishek Rashkiev. Suraj Selvam. Noel Shaji. Prashant Sharma. Sherilyn Grace Emmanuel. Vidit Vasantha Shetty. Yash Prakpagar Shetty. Sandra Shaimalan. Samruda Sudhakara Ray. Syed Hussain Abbas. Danajayan Thandayam Kandi. Abhishek Ajay Tiwari. Simran Berea. Bhavna Vashist. Simran Vasudev. Amrash Kumar Venkatesh. Kavya Venkatesh Babu. Arthi Visi Asega. Oren Walsh. Varun Yadav. Mohammed Zakiuddin Zakir. I missed that. Pause for applause. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Science in International Accounting and Business. Bei Cheng Chun. Nandita Dubey. Sparanu Duna. Manisha Gurja. Arkana Kalapili Anik Kumar. Chui Ajit Kawanka. Emma Concha. Edwin Kuriakose. Srihari Palhad Adyalka. Vaishak Patusari Menon. Ashna Susan Paul. Amala Rose Sibi. Nithish Kumar Sridharan. Ola Valode Ko. Shi Shang. And Prarana Prakash Rao.
Congratulations, everyone. As graduates now, it's appropriate that I introduce to you our Director of DCU Alumni Relations, Ross Munnelly.
Good afternoon to all our graduates, parents, family members, and friends. Today is a special day for our graduates because some have joined the alumni community for the first time, and others who have graduated previously are reinforcing their connection with the alumni community. In each case, you will continue your lifelong journey with DCU. Your community has over 110,000 fellow graduates who will provide a support network for life across many different career sectors located all over the world. Our promise is to provide a mutually supportive relationship with you from now, throughout your career, and into retirement, where you can avail of many engagement opportunities depending on your stage in life. In today's convocation booklet, you will see a QR code on the final pages. By scanning this in the coming days, You can update your details to ensure we can keep you up to date with all the latest news and opportunities from DCU. Now, it is time to hear from members of our global alumni community who, like you, cross this very stage and who remain connected to the university through many different volunteering opportunities. We hope that you will too. Keep in touch.
Today marks not an end,
but the beginning of a lifelong supportive relationship.
As you step through the doors of DCU,
you are stepping into a new world.
a world of opportunity,
a world of hope and aspiration,
a world of new and exciting adventures.
And it is not a journey you will be walking alone.
We have shared experience.
We have walked these same halls,
danced on the same stage,
and donned the same caps and gowns.
We are innovators,
industry leaders,
and professionals across continents
and across countless disciplines and careers.
We are inventors,
creators,
educators,
and storytellers.
We provide a platform for the next generation
and help to transform society at home
and abroad.
So, as you step across that stage today,
you are stepping into a community.
Your community,
led by fellow graduates
with a global network of support.
A community of friends,
colleagues, and supporters,
shaping the world around us.
We are DCU alumni.
This is your network, and now is your time to join us.
The President of Dublin City University, Professor Dara Keogh, will now make his address.
Well, thank you very much. Thanks for that welcome. And on your behalf again, I'd just like to welcome the podium party again, the Chancellor who have already met, members of the governing authority over here in the front row, Carl Ormsby, the young lad there, give them a wave, Carl, who's the President of the Students' Union. Ladies and gentlemen, yourselves, colleagues and friends, Ross Munley, who just gave us the welcome. I'm surprised he's any voice left. He was part of the backroom team of Pádraig Pearse's, who won Roscommon Senior the Cup game yesterday. So well done to Ross. And most importantly, of course, yourselves. You're very welcome to this afternoon. I'd like especially to big shout out, and they've been shouting at each other already, those who travelled a distance to be with us today. I know from meeting people in the Helix, in the foyer on the way in, some of you have come from Pakistan. We have a big number from India, probably the most vocal here. Are there any Indians in the room? Oh, yes. The pantomime doesn't start here until the 20th of November. And just on the subject of the pantomime, this year it'll be Rapunzel. Okay, so I promise you, unlike her hair, you will not be let down. All right. So again, we've got people here, I think, from Oman as well. Yes. And we have people here who ventured all the way from the south side. So congratulations making it here. 2 buses crossing a river. Could you imagine it? In pursuit of an excellent education. And the best part is you pass 2 universities on your way here. So as I say, fair play to you. There's no compensation in life for the gift of discernment. So well done to yourselves. Listen, I don't need to tell you. You can see it in the faces and the broad smiles going across that. Today is a very special day, not just for yourselves, but for us. Today is the day in which we celebrate the purpose of the university, which is all about student success and your graduation today. So anything that I say was just a footnote to that. But this is probably one of the longest footnotes I know some of you are thinking that you've ever heard. But today, as I hear, we're to celebrate yourselves. It's emotional from start to finish. I always say that when we're out there in the tunnel waiting for to come in, we hear the anthem playing. And when I was young, I used to listen to the Rocky song when I was preparing for interviews. But now this is what I play. It gets me going all the time. And I hope that it does it for you today. It's a very special place. And the Mahoney Hall here is where we gather to celebrate our most important events. The Helix, this whole venue, was a gift to DCU from the great Irish-American philanthropist Chuck Feeney. And if it wasn't for Chuck Feeney, this university would just be a shadow of itself today. The Chancellor spoke about investment and capital investment in the university. She said, you will have seen the Polaris building, like so-called because we're on the north side, because it is our North Star and it points to the future. The cost of that was 80 million euro, and just 1/4 of that 20 million was provided by the state. The rest was borrowed. So that, I think, in itself, when you see it on the way home, it's a statement of our ambition for the future to continue to do what we do and to do it better, all the time. But many great celebrations happen here in the Helix. But none of them, as I say, are as important to us as the graduation day, which is a celebration of your success. Now, as the Chancellor said at the beginning, COVID threw all of us. None of us could see a pandemic kind of coming. And it complicated life in ways that none of us could even have imagined when Leo Varadkar shut down the country for that midterm break in 2020. Little did we think that it would last for 2 years. That had huge impact on yourselves and on your learning. And I know too from students in the university who've coming behind you that it impacted in so many ways on young people in terms of their anxiety, their mental health and so on. Not just that young people were affected, people are still mourning the loss of people during that crisis. But apart from the pandemic, life threw other things in your way. Many of you graduate students had new arrivals in the interim, all types of complications. But for most people here, the path to graduation is never easy. So today is a day to celebrate yourselves and to celebrate your success in getting here, in some cases against the odds. Now, I know people told me that this class group is really very demure, very mindful, cutesy even. But can I ask you please to abandon that constraint this afternoon and to give yourselves a massive round of applause. Now, most of us like to think that our achievements are just due to our own success. But today is a reminder and a strong reminder to you that that is not the case. And study is the ultimate team sport. And you are here today not because you simply have talent or that you worked hard to get here. Many of you are here because of your genetics. Most of you wouldn't have done it on your own without the help of your backroom team. And I'm thinking today about your parents, I'm thinking about your guardians, I'm thinking about partners, family and friends. And those are the people who backed you all the way along. They're the people who listened to your stories, listened to your news. They're the people who loved you. They're the people who revoluted you to today. So in every way, today is as much about them as it is yourselves. So I've heard that self-satisfied clap. So now do even better for your backroom team. And I know too, from talking to people on the way in, and I'm very conscious that for many of you here, for many families here today, that this celebration is tinged with a certain sadness. So we'll just pause for a moment to remember absent friends and people who should have been here this afternoon. Today is also an opportunity to thank our staff, the staff of the university. And without their incredible work, that our graduates would not be here today enjoying this moment. I'd also like to thank all the staff across the university, our academic staff, the professional staff, and colleagues in every part of DCU who have really helped and guided you and done invisible things in the background to bring you to today. And talking about today, I'd like to thank all those who made today possible. We have the events team, our colleagues in registry, the alumni office, the staff and volunteers here in the Helix, our student ambassadors, people who are outside icing cupcakes as we speak. And again, can I ask you please to give all our colleagues a round of applause. I'd like especially to thank my assistant Phil to my left. You will have seen her deftly shifting those parchments when people kind of showed up who weren't due to show up, and Phil had to go down and dig deep. And as I say, she shuffles those parchments well, and I know who I'm taking to Vegas with me next time. So thank you, Phil. I'd also like to congratulate, especially if you don't mind, staff who are graduating today. Those are colleagues who really kind of walk the walk and invest in themselves for your advantage long term. So I'd like to congratulate, I think, if I leave people out, but I think I spotted John Judge from ADAPT in Cross. Mark Mallon as well from Office of Student Life, from Joshua Mavunga from the Business School, all graduated. And I spotted some children of staff who passed by. I won't name them, but you see the smiling faces, who looks the proudest behind me. And it's always great to see the children of staff at the university, because it's the ultimate quality assurance in the university. It goes without saying, I think, as the Chancellor said at the outset, that you can be proud to be a graduate of DCU, very proud, and of the business school in particular. DCU is one of Europe's leading innovative universities. And I know you'll think I'm very boastful, but just to remind you, I'm paid to boast, okay? That's my job, to talk up the university and our graduates. As the Chancellor pointed out, in the Times Higher World Rankings, and that's world now, the whole world, that DCU is now in the 350s in the world, which is important. Of the young universities in the world, we're ranked number 59 in the world. But of the young universities, guess where we're ranked in Ireland? Number 1. Number 1. No, don't labour that with your friends from the other places, but number 1. Also in terms of the global kind of satisfaction for the career development of our students, we were in that one, we had a global ranking, ranked number 1, beating MIT at the post. So they were sick in Boston at that ranking. And what does all of this mean? And I know there's so many graduates going by, I'm sure cynics are sitting there thinking, will these people all get jobs? But no, yes, they will. This is DCU, remember. And not only will they get jobs, the Central Statistics Office in their stats, the highest paid graduates at the end of year 1 of all the universities in Ireland at the end of year 1 and again at year 10 are graduates of where? Exactly. I actually have a walk-on part in the pantomime next month, so I'm just getting myself psyched up for this. But in the business school as well, you know how well the school is doing. Again, the business school was recently received Equus accreditation, which puts you as graduates of the top, the elite of the world's business schools. That again, the DCU Business School is the only business school in the Republic to have the small business charter along with the others. Again, It demonstrates the way the university supports our small and medium businesses and family businesses that are the backbone of society. And the school too, in terms of the research, is a powerhouse. That 5 members of staff in the business school were ranked in the top 2% of researchers worldwide this year. So all of this is good. All of this indicates kind of signs, I hope, of your future success. And I think that given all of that and all that positivity, the least you can do is to treat your parents to dinner later on. So that's a deal, all right? But of all of that boasting, the thing that I'm most proud of, I'm proud of yourselves. I'm proud of our graduates. And I take great joy in seeing your success on LinkedIn and the news and the messages that you send back. The mission of the university here is very simple, but awesome. Awesome in terms of its ambition and awesome in terms of the challenge. We've set ourselves a task here to transform lives and societies, to make the world the way it should be. And of course, that transformation happens in lectures, and it happens in research labs, and it happens in the library and on playing fields or in the new bar or wherever. Of course it happens there. But our long-term impact is made through yourselves, as Ross pointed out, as yourselves as graduates, as alumni of the university, the way in which you contribute to making the world a better place. And I would say, looking at DCU graduates, what sets you apart from others is really your attitude. It's a combination, I think, of attitude and character. And when the two of those are mixed together, great things can happen. And our graduates have a reputation of being smart, but also been rounded and grounded. And that's a great combination. This summer I visited interns from the business school in Charleston, and their boss there said that they found that the DCU interns were exceptional, different from the other universities. And why? Because they described you as self-starters, self-possessed in the sense of self-aware. And most importantly, they said that the DCU students were devoid of entitlement. Now that is important because I think that entitlement should have no place in the vocabulary of a DCU student. You must banish any sense of entitlement from your vocabulary entirely. So today I would say that it's not the parchment in your hand that will make the difference as you move forward, but it's a combination of the skills that you have learned here and your personality and your attitude which will set you apart in life. And all of that matters. And it matters because the world needs people of character. The world needs people like you more than ever. We need people with attitude and skills like yours, not just to navigate an unscripted world, but to shape the future of this world. And indeed, in this post-COVID world, every year, every day seems to become more complicated than the one before. If we look at the rise in global challenges, if you look at the war in Ukraine, look at the war in the Middle East with horror, if we look at Gaza, Gaza has been literally reduced to a hell on earth. And that violence has now spread to Lebanon and threatens the whole region. So today let us restate and reiterate our call for a lasting ceasefire in Gaza and the wider region and the immediate release of hostages there. And this is not the graduation equivalent of doom scrolling here. But look at the way, too, in which climate change has reduced the Earth to a tinderbox, and with appalling consequences. Famine is widespread, and 10% of the world's population, 10% will go to bed hungry tonight. Millions and millions have been forced to flee their homelands in search of the essentials to live. And also, across the so-called developed world, societies are becoming polarized by corrosive political discourse. And Ireland itself, the land of saints and scholars, is not immune. And we have seen, all of us here have seen in the last year, a significant erosion of social cohesion in our capital and beyond. So the world has never needed graduates more like you than it does today. We need people with your attitude and your skills. We need people who will bring creativity to their circumstances. We need people who will innovate, people who are adaptable, people who are capable of critical thinking. And we need you to address the challenges posed by war, climate change, social inequality, and also to harness the potential of artificial intelligence for the good of all. And at moments like this, there's always a danger that we can dive into the two most crippling of attitudes, the most negative attitudes of all, which I think are complacency on the one hand and despondency on the other. We need to avoid them at all cost. Because in life, we can't say to ourselves that the world's problems are too big and beyond resolution. They're not. And we need to avoid any temptation to say that, what difference can I make in these global challenges? But because we can't just stand back. And the key here is that the great challenges of the world are man-made. And just as they are man-made, their resolution will be achieved by humanity, by ourselves. And the future of the world will not be solved by the world leaders alone. It won't be resolved by people like Nelson Mandela or Daniel O'Connell in an Irish context or Greta Thunberg in terms of the climate change. The future will be shaped by ordinary people, people like yourselves, people like ourselves, and it'll be changed by the way in which we conduct ourselves in our daily routine, in our own little circle, in our office, in our home, in our club, in our school, wherever we find ourselves. And one of the books which I think has influenced me most was one written by a lady who's a professor in Harvard University in the States. Her name is Hermina Ibarra, and it's called Act Like a Leader, Think Like a Leader. Many of you will have read it. Now, I won't do her justice if I try to summarize it, and it's much more nuanced than I'm suggesting. But in that, she develops a theory which she calls outsight, not insight, but outside. And the takeaway from the book is that you don't have to be the leader to be a leader. And that is the most important thing to take away today, that leadership is not an office. Leadership is not a role. Leadership is an attitude. And her advice is, in the book, that we should display leadership wherever we find ourselves, wherever we are, in whatever position or whatever grade we are. Leadership is not something that we can think about. There are so many courses in leadership. There's no shortage of people who want to be leaders and see themselves as either emerging leaders or women leaders or leaders of the future. Like, forget about all of that. Stop thinking about it and just get on with it. There's no point sitting in your corral bemoaning the fact that your boss has failed to appreciate your genius, or that your boss doesn't recognize your leadership skills if you've demonstrated nothing that they can take note of. What we need to do is to take charge of the situation yourselves. It's about demonstrating leadership wherever you find yourself. It's about showing what you are made of and what you are capable of doing and how the world will be better as a result. So what does that mean? It's about not just thinking about leadership. It's about acting like a leader. It's about plunging yourself into new projects. It's about trying out new activities. It's about volunteering. It's about stepping up for opportunities. It's about interacting with different kinds of people. It's about experimenting with unfamiliar ways of doing things. It's about stretching yourself and lifting yourselves up. Remember that leadership, again, is not an office or a role, but leadership is an attitude. Now, I know I can see a woman down there saying, oh, that's grand in theory, but what does that mean in real terms? That's a good question. I'm glad you've asked it. I can lip read, so I won't even mention what you've said up there. But I can lip read. Now, this week, DCU will confer 2 honorary doctorates. That's the highest award the university can make. The first one on Thursday, I think, or the second one, will be to the Chief Justice of Ireland, Donal O'Donnell. And his citation reminds us of just how important he is. And it calls out that Justice O'Donnell, that no other judge has contributed more to the development and the refinement of constitutional doctrine and law in Ireland than he has. That's something. And that's worthy of an honorary doctorate. Now, the Chief Justice, and even the fact that I can refer to him as the Chief Justice, is a recognition and a fact that he is a celebrated public figure, one upon whom all of us depend. But the second honoree is less well known, but no less impressive. Who is she? She's a lady called Pat Kavanagh. And according to her citation, she is a transformer on our doorsteps. She's a native of Cabra, a lady who left school at the age of 11, but has gone on since to transform the lives of thousands and thousands of young people here in Ballymun through her work as a community leader and a champion of education and its power to change the world. Now, the judge has led from the front, but she has led from behind. She has dedicated her whole life quietly to bringing up young people. And by doing that, she has created a whole flourishing, welcoming community around them and transformed the world. Now, both of these are DCU types of people. DCU types. They are real DCU people. And these awards are a celebration of our values, the values of the university, and our commitment, our promise to transform lives and societies. But the question is, what do they have? What do they have in common? And the answer is that both of them worked in the forecourts. Donal as Chief Justice, but Patricia began her career there as a cleaner in her teens. Now, isn't that a coincidence? These two heroes were selected and chosen for awards separately, and it's just absolute coincidence that both of them have that item in common, the Chief Justice and the cleaner. But that in itself is an indication of how people can lead where they are, irrespective of their role or their grade. And both of them, I think, could be case studies in Ibira's class at Harvard University. Both of them could be case studies in leadership. Now, here's the thing. My hope is that in 40 years' time, that the same could be said of you. I hope that in 40 years' time, all of you here will be worthy of study, worthy of case studies at Harvard University. But the key is, and this is the key, and I want you to shout at me, who is the person that will make that happen? Who will decide whether you will be case study material or not? And the answer is yourselves. Exactly. The answer is yourselves. So folks, go out from the Helix today, go out, transform lives and societies, and make it happen. Congratulations.
Thank you, President. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now coming to the end of the ceremony, which I hope has been both enjoyable and memorable. The formal proceedings would close with the academic procession. And when this begins, I would ask those who can to stand and remain standing until it is left. Sin dara le seaamnas chogarm na hoscoile seo, tá míad an buíochtaíomh os ucht por bheith linn. The convocation of the university is hereby concluded. Thank you so much for being with us, and I hope you will all join graduates and academics for refreshments and really enjoy the rest of this very special day.
Accordia. Accordia, Bawalam, Rasan Nahalskal Fáilte Corov Galer. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Liam Horahan, and along with my colleague Breed Murphy, are the Masters of Ceremonies. And on behalf of the University, we would like to welcome you all to today's convocation of Dublin City University, which will begin shortly. Each of you here today should have received a booklet given the order of the ceremony which follows. We hope you will take this booklet with you as a souvenir of what is an important and enjoyable occasion for the graduates, their guests, and the staff of the university. We celebrate the achievement of every single graduate of the university. We realize, however, that applauding as every graduate is presented to the president can be quite tiring. So could I suggest that applause be confined to each major group of graduates? However, as we have some very large classes graduating, we will pause at intervals for applause. In the unlikely event that an emergency evacuation of the building is required, I would ask you to please note the emergency exit nearest to you, bearing in mind that it may be behind you. In the event of an evacuation, please remain calm and comply with the instructions of the stewards and assemble at the assembly point in front of the helix. Could I ask everyone to please check their phones are either switched off or on silent? We really hope you enjoy our event today, and I would be grateful if those who can, please rise for the DCU anthem, accompanied by the Irish Sign Language interpretation from DCU's Senan Dunn. Thank you.
A Chancellor, a Uachtarán na Hoscoile, Scoláirí na Hoscoile, a Chéimethe is a Chairde go léir. Bhfuil fáilte anmhór a chur roimh chuig an gcógarm seo, chun céimeanna agus dúiseanna Ollscoil Chathair Bhaile Clia a bhrunne. Chancellor, President, academic colleagues, graduates, honoured guests. My name is Professor Sharon O'Brien, Dean of Graduate Studies, and I would like to welcome you all to today's convocation of degrees and awards by Dublin City University. The Universities Act 1997 vests in DCU the statutory power to grant academic awards which are recognised nationally and internationally. In seeking to maintain our high standards of academic quality, we require students to demonstrate to Academic Council that they have satisfactorily reached those standards before the university will confer an award on them. Ladies and gentlemen, these people who will be presented to the President today have attained high standards of academic performance and are worthy recipients of our degrees, certificates, and diplomas. The ceremony has two functions. The first is the formal presentation of graduates for degrees and awards. The Executive Dean of Faculty will present each graduate to the President, and the chairperson of his or her programme board will formally bear witness and congratulate the new graduate on behalf of the board. The second function is less solemn and concerns the celebration of a period in the life of the graduate here at DCU, where I hope they had some fun and made good friends at the same time as achieving this wonderful academic success. Anish, b'wahlam na dini ella anseo occur I bhur I would like to introduce you to my colleagues who will be involved in the ceremony. To the rear are academics, guests, members of Academic Council, members of Alumni Council, and members of the governing authority. To the front are Bree Toran, Chancellor of DCU, Professor Dara Keogh, President of DCU, and Gillian Barry, Deputy Director of Registry. To your left are the Executive Deans of the faculties of the university or their representatives. To your right are the chairpersons and academic coordinators who direct the programs from which graduates are being presented this morning. Today, we are delighted to welcome graduates of taught and research programs from the DCU Business School. Tá áthas Bree Toran, Chancellor na Hallscoile, agus Cathaoirleach Coiste Seanis na Hallscoile a chur in aithne díobh. Firstly, I have great pleasure in introducing Bree Toran, Chancellor of the University and Chairperson of the Governing Authority.
Thank you, Sharon, and good afternoon, everyone. Uachtarán na Hoscoile, a chomhlachtaithe agus a Chairde go léir. Par ceann údaráis ceannis Ollscoil Chathair Bhaile Clia, bhfuil buíochas a gcóil libh as feithling don ócáid speisialta seo. President, colleagues, and graduates, on behalf of the university's governing authority, welcome to the Helix on this really special occasion. I'd like to extend a particularly warm welcome to our graduates' guests, their family and friends. These are the people who supported you on your remarkable journey, and they're here in the front They're up in the gods, and there are even quite a few behind me, so apologies. All you'll see is my back from here on. Great supporters for everybody involved in DCU, and in particular for our graduates. And speaking of supporters, I probably should share that I had some help preparing this speech. So my husband John is probably my greatest supporter, certainly my greatest supporter, and he's also quite a good editor and a bit critical. If he had his way completely, the speech would be a bit shorter, but some things just need to be said on an occasion like this, so bear with me. And the first thing I need to say is that it's a real honour for me to stand here alongside the passionate and dedicated leaders of DCU. The people on this stage, together with the broader academic, professional, and other staff in DCU, work tirelessly to support all our students, and they strive to make our students' time at DCU enriching and enjoyable. So I hope you all share my gratitude to everyone in DCU who create an innovative and inclusive learning environment where everyone has the opportunity to flourish, regardless of background or personal challenges. This commitment and the university leadership have made DCU a beacon of excellence in higher education, not just in Ireland, but on the world stage. On that note, I'm delighted to mention that DCU is ranked now among the world's top 400 universities in the prestigious Times Higher Education World University Rankings for 2025. And when I remind you that there are over 10,000 universities in the world, being in the top 400 is a terrific result. Also this month, and you may have noticed this on your way in from Collins Avenue, we have a wonderful new building coming into use. It's currently named the Polaris Building and will accommodate over 3,000 STEM students, so science, technology, engineering and maths, and also DCU's School of Health and Human Performance. It's really well named as Polaris at the moment, the North Star. But in case we have any very generous millionaires or very influential corporate leaders here, just to say we are open to selling the naming rights for that building. You can speak to me or Dara later. So congratulations are due to all of the people in DCU who made these achievements happen, but particularly to our president, Professor Dara Keogh. And I should warn you, Dara will probably mention some other achievements in his speech shortly. I certainly hope he will, because there are more to talk about. So the graduation ceremony can seem a bit solemn, a bit formal, the academic procession, the gowns, the anthem, and lots of formalities. But those formalities are important because they reflect the significance of this occasion. Graduation Day, as Sharon said, it's a blend of the formal and the celebrating. A day to recognize and honor all your hard work and achievements. And we are privileged to share that celebration because we're really proud of every one of you and what you've achieved. So, as I say, this is a memorable day for you. So, in preparing the speech, I had a look to see what other memorable events happened around this time in history. And I was particularly struck by the fact that this week marks the 79th anniversary of the United Nations coming into being officially. And given the turmoil and suffering that we're witnessing in so many parts of the world, obviously we hear most from Ukraine and from the Middle East, but there's suffering in many other parts of the world. But it's a timely reminder, that anniversary of the United Nations being established, of the fragility of peace in any region and of the importance of international cooperation. So thinking about challenges, current challenges, I'm going to risk now, for the Irish among you, hitting a somewhat political note. I'm going to mention the unmentionable, the election. So apologies for this, but it's really important. And I want to ask every one of you who may have a vote in the coming election. It's coming rapidly, we all can see it like an advancing train at the moment. But there is an issue that I would like you to remember if you're being asked for your vote, and that is the importance of investing in one really important aspect of our national infrastructure, our higher education system. Investing in this is vital not only for our young people, but also for our society and our economy in the future. And of course, we welcome some commitments that were made in the recent budget, but the overall higher education system in Ireland remains financially stressed. And further increases in core funding year on year are sorely needed. So if you get the opportunity, remember higher education. One very prominent politician actually said in response to a question about the funding of higher education, why it wasn't given more priority. And he actually very honestly said, it never comes up on the doorstep. So there's your challenge. If you're on the doorstep or going to a Lewis stop, whatever you're doing, take the chance and say, here's an issue now that's not often mentioned on the doorstep. But on a lighter note, I also found that Friday marks World Pasta Day. I bet you didn't know that. It was only established as World Pasta Day in 1998 by the rather grandly titled World Pasta Congress. I'm suspecting you didn't know about that either. And I'd say in 1998, pasta wasn't quite as important in the Irish diet as it is today. But whatever other notable days are marked this week, today is your graduation day, a day to celebrate with joy and with pride. And like a great pasta dish, savor every moment, sit back, relax, and enjoy. You deserve this celebration. You've had personal and academic challenges, but you overcame them with resilience and determination and hard work. And of course, having overcome these individual challenges, along came COVID-19, with unprecedented upheaval and complexity in every aspect of our lives worldwide, including and perhaps quite particularly teaching and learning. In the face of all that, you showed remarkable strength and adaptability. So today marks the opening of a new chapter for you. I've no doubt that you will continue to excel in all aspects of your professional and personal lives, armed with the skills and knowledge that you've acquired at DCU. And of course, you now join, or in some cases rejoin again, the DCU alumni community. And as a member of that community, you have a responsibility to stay true to DCU's mission to transform lives and societies by making a positive impact on the world around you. Sounds like a big ask, but when you remember that we have over 100,000 DCU alumni worldwide, if every one of those makes even a small difference, it's a powerful force for change. So no pressure, but we're expecting great things from you all. And as you leave your course and your colleagues and your contacts with DCU for the moment, cherish the friendships and connections that you've made here through DCU. That DCU community will always be there to support you. And as you mark the culmination of all your hard work, celebrate yourself, embrace the future with confidence, believe in yourself. You're well equipped to succeed in whatever endeavour you pursue. Cogordas o Creeliv, agus Gunari live in Snablianta Talmachroing. Congratulations to you all.
Candidates from the DCU Business School will now be presented by the Executive Dean, Professor Dominic Elliott.
President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Bachelor of Business Studies International. Shadi Abbas. Victor Adejobi. Joanna Areze Pa. Rachel Bianca Anon. Nikane Barnes. Millen Benoit. Connell Byrne. Harris Byrne. Louise Callens. Emma Kate Cassells. Carrie Coughlin. Finn Cranston. Aisling Dempsey. Matthew Dooley. Adam El-Shami. Romy Neve Farah. Shannon Fogarty. Michael Folan. Tom Gavigan. Maxime Glukov. Leila Gamacha. Luke Gorman. Sophie Halligan. Sinead Herrera. Lauren Hetherington. Chelsea Nicola Jickman. Evan Kenny. Rory Kildun. Kian Kilgannon. Fiona Sarah Lynch. Laura Martin. Lauren McConnell. Alana McElhinney. Katrina McGarr. Maya McGarry. Ashlyn Fiona McGoldrick. Killian McKenna. Lucy Margaret McNamara. Daniel John McNeil. Benedicta McSharry. Anna Mudek. Sean Malloy. Ellen Mooney. Sophie Emily Mooney. Leon Morris. Minchao Linda Wen. Adorna Carroll. Christopher O'Shea. Joshua Ola. Denise Sheehan. Vanessa Spooner. Shauna Takayama. Vilte Trinkiai Tep. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Bachelor of Science in Marketing, Innovation and Technology. Harry Arkwright. Michael Barrett. Grania Patel. Eric Burke. Aoife Rourke Boyle. Aaron Brady. Rachel Marie Brogan. Mark Byrne. Oisin Cannon. Louis Carton. Emma Chalkley. Luca Conroy. Ross Cook. Oren Crowley Carberry. Gareth Donnelly. Katie Rebecca Donahue. Alan Richard Dowdall. James Doyle. Erica Bernadette Durning. Yasmin Eustace. Ellen Forrester. Adam Freehill. Gavin Friel. Kim Garrity. Ryan Gorman. Brian Grady. Ailish Maria Henry. Darren Hock. Darren Hurley. Ty Kellett. Sophie Kelly. Ava Kiernan. Mark Lestrange. Erin Lynch. Isabel Maguire. Sean Maguire. Isabel Maloney. Erica McCluskey. Thomas McCreesh. Dara McGough. Luca McGrath. Evan McIntyre. So if we pause for applause. Ben Millist. Lee Moy. Sean McCarthy. Kayleen Mulvaney. Ava Murphy. Ryan Murphy. Yuri Nakamura. Tirsa Nana Palmer. Rinokni Donaku. Saoirse Nolan. Mark O'Boyle. Connor Joseph O'Brien. Dylan O'Brien. Hazel O'Brien. Fergal O'Connell. Niamh Bridget O'Connor. Tom O'Donnell. Tig O'Donoghue. Rose O'Dwyer. Michael O'Reilly. Favour Ogedi. Mihartabel Ojenor. Jessica Okapu. Destiny Okonkwo. Sarah Robinson. Jane Roche. Dragos Daniel Rousseau. Ashley Scanlon Talentire. Lottie Simons. Annie Smythe. Jonathan Toll. Mikis Sumikis. Roman Uzun. Patrick Watts. I would pause for applause. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Graduate Certificate in Strategic Leadership. Claire Bambrick. Suzanne Barth. Mary Bean. Anne-Marie Butler. Sarah Kahalani. Glenn Corbett. Karen Daly. Catherine Egan. Mirren Egan. Loretto Ferguson. Kevin Anthony McNamara. Zelina Pratt. Martin Raftice. Pause for applause. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Science in Digital Marketing. Omran Abed Al-Qada. Andre Aruda. Madiha Ashraf. Yakti Bahiti. Eleanor Bartuel. Ashlyn Boylan. Joshua Cahill. Jane Carpenter. Arshia Chandale. Harvey Chong. Ivan Kumo. Dhamamitra Das. Clarissa William Dacuna. Emma Dunford. Ifyimwa Egbushe. Azine Agodi Eloqua. Rachel Frauen. Shivani Gould. Kajesa Garidaha. Vivian Gonzalez Balabuena. Aoife Griffin. Maria Fernanda Herrera Arellano. Asta Humney. Pranav Johar. Suyash Jory. Sapna Kalra. Saurabh Kapoor. Tiernan Keogh. Amrita Keshav. Vatsal Ajakumar Mistry. Shushti Mukund Nakawadi. Saksham Nigam. Charles Unsegby. Kerry O'Leary. Riva Nainish Padwal. Nita Vishwanath Pujari. KM Shakibur Rahman. Aaron Ralph. Bhakti Manoj Rathod. Hasti Raval. Melvin Royan. Muskan Sharma. Yilan Sun. Rebecca Tanti. Christian Tapia. Aditya Prakash Thakar. Koyan Tran. And pause for applause. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Science in Emergency Management. Neil Billings. Joe Brady. John Cudmore. Paul Downs. Kevin Finn. James Finucane. Melanie Good. Philly Hallisey. John Harmon. Carl Harris. Anthony Hinch. Seamus Joyce. Simon Lawler. Cahal McEwen. Niall McHugh. Alexandra Mackenzie. Kate McLaughlin. Oisin Moore. Claire Mulligan. David O'Donoghue. Ciara O'Hanlon. Nike Ossa Amadison. Cara Regan Downey. Cahal Ryan. Simon Michael Smith. And Mark Tate. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Science in Global Management, Digital Disruption. Aya Derouche. Angelina Gardin. Gavin Gorman. Enrica Guida. Afreen Hussain. Porrick Hughes. Aishwarya Cannon. Mariam Kaftar Andrew Kehoe. Vanessa Caroline Papa. Federica Pinza. Leonardo Spagni. Pause for applause. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Science in Management Business. Sanjana Kiran Alwandikar. Prithi Kumar Belagola Paradarajavu. Shrey Bhagava. Mansi Shailash Pujabal. Saloni Sheetal Bullers Khan. Nisha Karti. Mishi Chandrakar. Gautam Chandwani. Gemma Cox. Laura Creighton. Mark Cully. Simon Daly. Khan Havidoan. Alangtrit Dubi. Paula Duffy. Dhanashri Achut Gadagakar. Srikari Galigari. Rahav Gilra. Cormac Gleeson. Dara Good. Vishnu Priyam Govindara Arajan. Yash Sanjay Jadhav. Surabi Sunil Kile. Bijoy Krishna Kalita. Jyotsmita Kalita. Saksham Kapar. Shipra Kapri. Evan Kelly. Christian Kennedy. Siddharth Vikas Kulkarni. Andrew Lewis. Chi-Yin Lu. Kaushal Mahar. Shraddha Suhas Malkar. Nilesh Dulat Malode. Manisha. Rajashakar Radib Maram. Ruthwik Matiga Raghavendra. Soumya Mishra. Madhav Mohan. Muthu Rigava Manian Muthu Selva Anamale. Nikita Suryan Aryan. Kira O'Connor. Connor O'Leary. Rutu Padashetti. Sean Peace. Cyril Quinn. Gagan Rubmesh. Akash Rao. Robert Smith. Shantanu Tripathi. Mark Wilson. And pause for applause. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Science in Management, Insights and Innovation. Claire Byrne. Olivia Coyle. Katie Enright. Chloe Harrison. Roisin Kelly. Maeve Malloy. Molly Mulligan. Oisin O'Hart. Emma O'Loughlin. Anya Ryan. Sean Salmon Dugan. Jessica Sargent. Which one? Somebody arrived? The first one. So that's... President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Science in Management Strategy. Shane Mario Antoa. Muna Benjamin Thinagurn. Harshita Bandari. Kunal Chabria. Surabhi Chopra. Cheryl D'Souza. Joseph Hagan. Malhar Vikas Helwalkar. Daria Jain. Kushi Jangir. Chaithan Kashyap Ravikumar. Justin Leonard. Kian McCabe. Akshay Pathak. Natalia Pushka. Meena Ravindran. Ranish Raja Gopalan. Dhruv Sharma. Yashika Sharma. K. Yadunanadan Shashwath. Syed Mujtahid Ullah. Aditi Tiwari. Manthan Tiwari. Ritu Yadav.
Tá áthas ar an inis fáilte chu raibh céimethe a bhfuil céimeanna taide le brunne orthu. We are now pleased to welcome our graduates for research degrees. Each candidate has pursued their degree through research and has fulfilled the requirements laid down by the Academic Council of the University. Professor Dominic Elliott will present the candidates from the DCU Business School for postgraduate degrees by research.
President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Doctor of Philosophy programme through research in the DCU Business School. For a thesis entitled, Introducing Protection Action Theory, an exploration of the factors that influence household emergency preparedness in Ireland, Gavin David Brown. For a thesis entitled Regional Airports at the Crossroads, again, Stakeholder Relationships, Business Challenges and Future Uncertainties, Noel Heaney. For a thesis entitled Implementing Effective Business Continuity Management in Large Organisations, an Evaluation of Critical Success Factors, Monica Kelly. for a thesis entitled An Analysis of Inflation Expectations, Inflation Uncertainty, and the Role of Energy Prices in the Euro Area. Neil Patrick Lawton. For a thesis entitled Expectations for Gender Equality in Middle Eastern Context, Insights Based on the Possible Selves and Future Selves. Anne McGinn.
As graduates, it is appropriate that I now introduce you to our Director of DCU Alumni Relations, Ross Munnelly.
Good evening to all our graduates, parents, family members, and friends. Today is a special day for our graduates because some have joined the alumni community for the first time, and others who have graduated previously are reinforcing their connection with the alumni community. In each case, you will continue your lifelong journey with DCU. Your community has over 110,000 fellow graduates who will provide a support network for life across many different career sectors located all over the world. Our promise is to provide a mutually supportive relationship with you from now, throughout your career, and into retirement, where you can avail of many engagement opportunities depending on your stage in life. In today's convocation booklet, you will see a QR code on the final pages. By scanning this in the coming days, you can update your details to ensure we can keep you up to date with all the latest news and opportunities from DCU. Now, it is time to hear from members of our global alumni community who, like you, crossed this very stage and who remain connected to the university through many different volunteering opportunities. We hope that you will too. Keep in touch.
Today marks not an end,
but the beginning of a lifelong supportive relationship.
As you step through the doors of DCU,
you are stepping into a new world.
A world of opportunity.
A world of hope and aspiration.
A world of new and exciting adventures.
And it is not a journey you will be walking alone.
We have shared experience.
We have walked these same halls,
danced on the same stage,
and donned the same caps and gowns.
We are innovators,
industry leaders,
and professionals across continents
and across countless disciplines and careers.
We are inventors,
creators,
educators,
and storytellers.
We provide a platform for the next generation
and help to transform society at home
and abroad.
So, as you step across that stage today,
you are stepping into a community.
Your community,
led by fellow graduates
with a global network of support.
A community of friends,
colleagues, and supporters,
shaping the world around us.
We are DCU alumni.
This is your network, and now is your time to join us.
Torhi Uchtran Osgol Chaharvalia Clea and Talav Dara Kyo Ahishk Anish. The President of Dublin City University, Professor Dara Kyo, will now make his address.
Thank you very much, Sharon, and thank you for that welcome. I'd just like to reiterate the Chancellor's welcome at the outset, I'd like to welcome the members of our governing authority who are in the front row. Carl Ormsby, who's the president of the Students' Union. Put up your hand there, Carl, so to see you. He's the guy that keeps me on my toes. Our distinguished guests, you can put yourself in that category. And ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, most importantly, of course, I'd like to welcome our graduates, our freshly minted graduates this afternoon, who are really welcome to this ceremony in the Helix. I realise that many of you have travelled long distances to be here to celebrate. I've met people outside who are from Pakistan. There are people who have travelled from India, from Nigeria, Japan. Have we any further than that? Carlo, yeah. Carlo, thank you, our folks from Carlo. And of course, we got a few people from the south side. I mean, talk about going out there. This is kind of Starship Enterprise stuff. This is buses and crossing rivers and everything to be here. Well, congratulations. And the best thing is you had to pass 2 other universities to get here. And I like that discernment and sense of quality. Well done to yourselves. Today is a very special day, obviously, for us. You can see the smiles on this side of the stage today. Today is the day, I suppose, where we celebrate the purpose of the university, which is the education of our graduates and research and all that we do. It's a very emotional occasion for us all. It's a day full of excitement, gratitude and pride. You can see it here from our side in the bright eyes and the broad smiles and the high heels as they levitated across the stage in front of us. Congratulations too for keeping your cap on through all of that. It's a very special day for us in a special place. And the Mahoney Hall here in the Helix is where we gather for our most important events. The Helix was a gift to DCU by the great Irish-American philanthropist Chuck Feeney. And without him, I think this whole campus would be a shadow of itself. The Helix too is a symbol of our values in DCU. We're open, we're dynamic, we're engaged with the wider community. 400,000 people a year visit this venue, which is an extraordinary stat. So we're very proud of it. And it's here that our most important events and occasions happen. I just want to flag that the panto will begin here on the 22nd of November. I'm kind of auditioning myself. This year it'll be Rapunzel. I'm hoping for the position of the Prince events, which is today, which is our graduation, which, as I say, is the celebration of our purpose, which is your success. Now, even in the normal run of events, the path to graduation is seldom straight. This year, the undergraduates have been interrupted by COVID. All that threw at us in terms of disruption, and the legacy of which we're still seeing in terms of, even with the undergraduates, challenges around mental health, anxiety, kind of social reintegration. All of that is important. But life is complicated, and large numbers of graduate students who are combining their studies with work and with families, all of that. And of course, our doctoral students, our PhDs, dressed in the red. They're like something out of Superman or a kind of a Marvel creation. But that's because, in fact, they are marvelous. So congratulations to yourselves. So many of you are here against the odds. So it's an opportunity for all of us to celebrate. Now, I know that graduates have a reputation for being, very demure, very mindful. But I'm going to ask you now to betray all that cutesy self and give yourselves a massive round of applause. Well done. Yeah. That's impressive. Now, of course, all of you know, especially people down here and people up there know, that study is not a solitary exercise, but study is the ultimate team sport. You have the talent, certainly, you worked hard, but you wouldn't have got here today, you wouldn't have made it without the support of your backroom team. And I'm thinking about your parents, I'm thinking about guardians and partners, family and friends, people who backed you up, people who listened to your stories, people who loved you, people who revoluted you, perhaps most importantly of all. So today is their day. So I'd ask you please to lift the roof of the house to thank them. Go on. I hope you felt that appreciation. That's heartfelt, and I'll come back to that later on about the best way of showing gratitude on a day like today. But I'm also conscious too, from friends and people that I've met coming in, that for several families here today, that this celebration is tinged with a certain sadness when you think of people who should be here and aren't here with us. So let's pause for a moment to remember our absent friends. I'd also like to take this opportunity when I have the mic, a bit like the wedding singer here, when I have the mic, to thank all our staff. In the first instance, our colleagues here behind for their incredible work. And without their support, we wouldn't be celebrating here today. So I'm grateful not just to the academics who are here in their finery, but to the professional staff and to colleagues across every aspect of the university who helped to guide you, to support you, and to bring you to this point. Today is, as I say, a big occasion for us, and I'd like to thank all of those who were involved in organising this party for us. I know there are people icing cupcakes as we speak. The only thing between you and the cupcakes is me, so I'll keep this kind of moving along. But colleagues from the events team, from estates, from registry, from the alumni office, from the Helix, of course, student volunteers, ambassadors, and so on. So can I ask you please to give all our staff a big round of applause. I'd also like to congratulate in particular, if you don't mind, staff who are graduating this afternoon. There may be more, but I certainly spotted two. I spotted Gavin Brown, who graduated with a PhD, Gavin from the business school, and Mark Tate from the estates team, who I'm very glad to see finished a master's degree in emergency management to keep us safe. So congratulations to both Gavin and Mark. Several children of staff members have graduated, so I'm very kind of proud of them, and see their presence obviously is the ultimate quality assurance measure that we have. As the Chancellor said at the outset, you can be very proud to be graduates of the Business School and of DCU, a university which is one of Europe's leading innovative universities. The Chancellor spoke about the rankings at the outset. Rankings are not without critics, believe me, and some of my colleagues behind are particularly critical of the rankings. But I'll tell you this, I'll take them when they're coming our way, and if they start to slip, I'll do something about them. But the good news is, as the Chancellor said, that this year in the Times Higher global rankings of all the university were ranked between 350 and 400 in the world. Of the Times Higher young universities were ranked number 59 in the world. And of course, in Ireland, we're ranked number 1. Come on, help me out here. I'm practicing for the panto. we're ranked number 1. Again, when you look at the Global Student Satisfaction Awards this year too, in the category career development of our students, which is obviously important. We again came number 1 in the world, beating MIT to that award. And again, what does all of this mean? The Central Statistics Office collect the earning power of graduates at the end of year 1 and again at the end of year 10. And the good news for yourselves and particularly for your backroom team is that DCU graduates of all the universities in Ireland are ranked number 1 for earning power at the end of year 1 and again at year 10. So congratulations. That's good news for the backroom team and the the fairly good chances that they'll buy your dinner tonight. And if they're not paying for tonight, at least couldn't you make tonight a practice for National Pasta Day? And they might take you out for a plate or something on Friday night. Of course, the business school has its own particular strengths, and those have been recognised recently with the award of Equus accreditation, which is the triple crown now in the business school. The business school also has the small business charter, which reflects their concern for the kind of SMEs and family businesses, the backbone of the Irish economy. And again, of the faculty, 5 members of the faculty were named in the Stanford University top 2% of researchers worldwide. Now, all of that is not to boast by any means. It's simply a reflection of the quality of the school from which you graduate, and that in turn bolsters, I think, the recognition of your degree. Now, we can boast about these things till the cows come home, and I just want to say that I'm paid to boast, by the way. It's not that I'm arrogant, that's in my job spec. But we're proud of these achievements that are recognised by stakeholders. But our greatest pride, my greatest pride, is in yourselves, in our graduates. We say that our mission here, that our purpose here in DCU is to transform lives and societies. That's why we spring out of bed every day and come to transform lives and societies. And that happens in all kinds of ways. It happens in the lecture theatres, it happens in the research labs, in the library, but it also happens when students kind of socialise, whether it's on the kind of playing fields and competition or in other social settings. But the greatest achievement, I think, our greatest impact is made not necessarily here, but by stealth, by the graduates who are sent out, as Ross said, the 100,000 who work day in, day out to transform lives and societies wherever we find them, wherever they find themselves. And I'm always delighted to, receive messages or see how people are doing on LinkedIn. That's very, very positive. But I think apart from those type of achievements or what your kind of resume says about you, I think it's your reputation is most important. And I like to think that what sets DCU graduates, is your attitude, for starters, and secondly, your character. And our graduates have a reputation as smart people. DCU graduates are recognized as being rounded and grounded, and that's vital for us. This summer I visited a group of interns in the United States, and the Americans are never slow to give advice. And in that visit in Charleston, the kind of employer of the interns said that DCU interns were different. And what set them apart was the fact that, as she put it, they were self-starters. They were self-possessed. And finally, she said they were devoid of entitlement. And for me, that was the jackpot, because the word entitlement has no place in the value of a DCU graduate. We must expunge that word entitlement from our lexicon, just banish it entirely and take on every challenge afresh and take it on based on your own kind of merits and ability to deliver. So today, I think, even though you are proud of those parchments and waving them there as we speak, it's not your parchment. It's not that kind of record of achievement, but it's your personality and it's your attitude which will set you apart in life. And this matters. This matters because the world needs people of character like yourselves. It needs people like you more than ever. We need people like yourselves who have the right attitude and aptitude and skills, not just to navigate through what we call an unscripted future, but to shape that future, to shape the future that we want to see for ourselves and our children who will come after us. And the challenge is that in this kind of post-COVID world, we seem to get a new challenge thrown at us every single day. We see something new that needs to be taken on, whether it's, as the Chancellor said, the war in Ukraine or the war in the Middle East. And just look at Gaza. Gaza has been literally reduced to a hell on earth. And the violence there has spread to Lebanon and threatens the whole region. So it's important that we reiterate now our call for a lasting ceasefire in Gaza and the wider region, and an immediate release of the hostages there. So, and climate change too has reduced the Earth to a tinderbox, and it has done so with appalling consequences. Famine is widespread. 10% of the world's population will go to bed hungry tonight. 10%. And millions have been forced to leave their homes. And across the so-called developed world, societies have been increasingly polarized by a corrosive political discourse. And it's not as if Ireland, the land of saints and scholars, is immune from this poison. And we have already seen the significant erosion of social cohesion here in Dublin and beyond. So the world has never needed graduates like you more than ever. People with the attitude and aptitude and skills, people who are creative, innovative, people who can adapt and flex, people who are capable of critical thinking. We need you to address the challenges posed by war, by climate change, by social inequality, and to harness the potential of artificial intelligence. And at moments like this, when faced by those apparently insurmountable challenges, there's a real danger that we will succumb or fall beneath the most negative attitudes of all. And those negative attitudes I would characterize on the one hand as complacency, and the second one, despondency, complacency and despondency. Because there is a danger that we could look at the world's problems and be despondent and say they are beyond our resolution. Or that we would become complacent and say that those problems are too big for me to make a difference. But we can't just stand back and give up and surrender in the face of those challenges. And just remember that just as those challenges are all man-made, the solutions will come from humanity itself. And the future will be shaped not by the big names, not by world leaders or prophets like Nelson Mandela or Greta Thunberg, but by ordinary people, people like yourselves. And it will be solved by the way in which we behave, how we conduct ourselves, and how we live out our daily routine. Now, one of the best books, I suppose most influential books that I've ever read was one written by a professor in Harvard, a lady called Hermina Ibarra. And it's called Act Like a Leader, Think Like a Leader. Many of you will have read it and you'll know what I'm talking about here. Now, I don't intend to do her justice by summarizing the book in less than a minute, but she develops a theory of what she calls outside as opposed to insight. And my takeaway from the book was very simple, that you don't have to be the leader to be a leader. And that's a lesson for us. So leadership is not an office or an appointment or a role. Leadership is an attitude. And her advice in that book is that we ought to display leadership wherever we find ourselves. So whatever position, whether we're starting or at the top, whatever grade in life we are, or if we've no grade at all, that's our opportunity to demonstrate leadership. And what she says is that we shouldn't kind of overthink it. And with respect to people who've completed masters and certificates in leadership today, not to kind of overthink it, but to live it. Not to feel sorry for ourselves that our bosses have failed to recognize our leadership potential, but instead to take charge of the situation wherever we find ourselves, to show wherever we are what we're made of, and to show that we are capable of changing the world for a better as a result. And it's about acting like leaders. And it's about stepping up, kind of plunging yourself into new projects, taking risks, volunteering to show what you can do to change the world, meeting different types of people, experimenting with unfamiliar ways of doing business. And remember then that leadership is not an office, but an attitude. Now, all of this is great in theory. The question is, does it work? Is it like that? And I can give you an example of how yes, it is. This week, DCU will confer 2 honorary doctorates. It's the highest award that a university can make. These people were nominated separately, independently, and their cases were adjudicated separately without reference to each other. I think that's important to say at the outset. The first of those doctorates will be conferred on the Chief Justice of Ireland, Donal O'Donnell. And the citation that will be read this week reminds us that no judge has contributed more to the development and the refinement of constitutional doctrine and law than he has in Ireland. That's important. And Justice O'Donnell is a celebrated public figure. His title suggests that he is the Chief Justice in Ireland. The second person is probably unknown to everybody in the room, certainly less well known, but no less impressive. She's a lady called Pat Kavanagh. And according to her citation, Pat is a transformer on our doorsteps. She's a native of Cabra who left school at the age of 11. But she went on to transform lives of thousands and thousands of young people here in Ballymun through her work as a community leader and a champion of education. Now, she has led not from the front, not from a pedestal or not from the limelight, but she has led from behind. She has dedicated her life to building up young people and by that creating flourishing and welcoming communities around them. I like to think that both of these are DCU types. They're our type of people. And these awards are a celebration of our values and our commitment to transform lives and societies. But the big question here is, by pure coincidence, what do they have in common? And what they have in common is that both of them have worked in the Four Courts. Donal O'Donnell has worked as Chief Justice, and Pat has worked as a cleaner in the Four Courts, where she began her career as a teenager way back when. So the illustration here is quite clear, that remarkable coincidence in these two leaders, that both of them led where they were at. Both of them, I could say, could be case studies for Professor Ibarra's class in Harvard on how we lead where we at. And my hope is that someday when you were older, that the same could be said of you in years to come, that you too demonstrated that leadership where you are, and that you would be capable of a case study in class somewhere. But the only people who can make that possible, the only people who will transform your lives is yourselves. So folks, there's no point sitting here today and having your wishbone where your backbone should be. So my instruction today is to leave here, to go out and make it happen. And together, all of us will transform lives and societies. Congratulations.
Thank you, President. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now coming to the end of the ceremony, which I hope has been enjoyable and memorable. The formal proceedings will close with the academic procession. And when this begins, I would ask those of you who can stand to stand and to remain standing until it has left. Sin deir le seirmenas cógarm na hoscoile seo. Tá míid buíoch díobh as ucht dúir bheith láir linn. The convocation of the university is hereby concluded. Thank you for being with us, and I hope you will all now join the academics and graduates for refreshments and enjoy the rest of this very special day.
Oh,